we should seek clarification as soon as possible. As soon as possible. The basic requirement during the planning stage is that we should not have any unknown scope at the beginning of the project. If at all it is there, it should be very minimal and not affecting the overall schedule and cost. So please ensure that the requirements are clearly available, are collected, and we have a completely clear scope defined in the project. So just a couple of questions. What is project scope management? So the scope management includes the processes required to ensure that the project includes all the work required to complete the project successfully. Okay, it is primarily concerned with controlling what is and what is not in the scope. What is not in the scope is very important to highlight to the customer. Okay, and then there are two aspects. One is product scope and one is project scope. So what is this? Product scope contains the required features of the product and clarifies what is not included, whereas project scope is concerned with the work of the project and again clarifies the boundaries of what is not included. So what is not included is as important as what is included in a project. Okay. For example, I will recently we had a very strange case. We are supplying power distribution boards, power distribution cabinets to the EPC, and they assumed that we will also be supplying the power cables. So when we, because there is a different team, site team is different from the project team. So at the project stage, it is very important to clarify and ensure that what is there in the scope is only the supply of power distribution cabinets. What anything else outside the cabinet is not in Yokogawa scope. So it should be very clearly clarified what is included and what is not included. Either in the drawings or in the minutes of meeting or in our scope document or in the bill of material document, it should be made very clear. Okay. So in case of in our practice, generally when we talk about scope management, we talk about document list, we talk about system architecture, we talk about bill of materials, we talk about WBS, work breakdown structure. So in our context, when we are doing the project and when we are trying to define the scope, these are the some of the documents that we produce, we generate for getting approval from the customer. Can you think of any other document which you think is useful for defining the scope? You can just enter it into the chat box if you think that this is also a good document to have when we are executing the project. Okay, let us have a couple of questions here. What is project scope? Okay, project scope is of concern only at the start of the project, is mainly a problem to be handled by change control, or should be managed and controlled from the project concept through closing, or is usually not a problem after the contract or other document authorizing the project has been approved. Which do you think is the right answer? Anybody? I think for the project scope, The answer D is right. Is it correct answer D or uh, B? The right answer is project scope should be managed and controlled from the project concept through closing. Okay, project scope is a continuous process. It is not mainly at the starting, or is not at the ending, or it is not after the contract has been signed or anything. Project scope should be managed and controlled throughout the stage of the project. Okay. Other thing, second question is project scope statement furnishes the basis for a clearly defined acceptance criteria, provides links to the client's functional management groups, allowing the project to move to the next phase, or is it a way to provide updated information to the accounting department? The right answer, I think, is clearly defined acceptance criteria. Okay. And one more question is the focused sessions that bring key stakeholders together to define product requirement is known as interviews, focus groups, facilitated workshops, or none of the above. Think about it. The focused sessions that bring key stakeholders together to define product requirements is known as interviews, focus group, facilitated workshops, or none of the above. Let me explain to you what happened in one of the projects when we were doing a GMS system. The requirements were not very clear, so we had hired a vendor to do the subsystem for us. So we had not interviews, we had something like facilitated workshop. We had a workshop for 2 to 3 days. We had about 30, 40 people coming in, sitting in the room, defining what they want and whether the existing software is able to meet the requirements of the customer. So we had facilitated a workshop for this particular purpose. It is always nice that in one sitting of a couple of days or 3 days or 5 days, a workshop which brings in all the stakeholders who will finally be executing and finally be managing the particular system or a product. They are there. We collect all the requirements and we try to develop a package, a product that meets with their requirements. So such sessions are critical when there is a very big scope or a product or a solution that is unclear at the beginning of the project. So this is where facilitated workshops come into picture. Interviews are mainly of 1:1 or 1:few few people for critical people for getting some inputs. Focus groups do not give you the desired result in most of the cases, whereas facilitated workshops are quite clear, are quite focused in the sense that they will give you the requirements of the end users quickly, and with that we can move forward. So uh, facilitated workshops is quite critical in some cases. Okay, the next thing what we should be looking at is work breakdown structure. The scope of work is translated into a work breakdown structure in consultation with the project lead engineers. So the WBS is split up into smaller manageable deliverables, and it reflects the all of the project work or what we need to do, engineering and things like that. And Yokogawa, we have standard WBS which can be applied to the project. If any project manager wants to see how it looks like, or he has not seen how a WBS is, you can just email me, and I will try to send you some standard WBS that we are using for the projects. Okay. Anybody is not aware of WBS?
Hello. I hope everyone is aware on the WBS because this is a very basic structure to build up your scope and costing. And anybody has any questions on the WBS? So, uh, can we assume everyone is clear on WBS?
Yeah,
If
clear.
not, yeah.
Okay. So, if there are no any further questions on WBS, we assume this part is very clear. Okay. Yeah, let's proceed, Satish.
Thank you, Ashfaq. Yeah.
Any point of time, if you are not so clear on any particular thing, please do put it in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself, and because we would like to understand uh, the key function things which are required are all clear with the project manager teams. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Satish.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let us move on to planning and preparing schedule. Okay. A schedule document is generally prepared by the project team and especially by the project manager. Uh, they should prepare a project schedule which details all activities, durations. Important thing is the dependencies, and of course, the level of detail is as per end user or customer requirements. Initially, in the morning, I was talking about baseline. So the first version of the project schedule is usually the baseline schedule. So the baseline schedule should be approved by the customer in order to ensure that if there is any scope creep or if there's any scope change, how the scope change is going to affect the end result. So we need to have a baseline approved schedule in order to take care of all these exigencies. Okay, and the schedule is a live document, and it should be updated periodically throughout the life cycle until the project is complete. And the reason it is a live document is there will be scope changes, there will be delays, either from the customer side or from our side. And updating the schedule because of these changes during the life cycle of the project is very critical so that we will know whether we need to apply for a waiver of the LD clause or we need to apply for a scope change notice and things like that. So, and also the schedule, the baseline as well as the change schedule should be a part of the monthly or the fortnightly or the weekly progress report. The schedule should be an attachment to the monthly or fortnightly progress report, which is given to the customer so that the customer is aware what is the baseline schedule, what is the current schedule, and why there is a shift or a deviation of the current schedule from the baseline schedule, and what are the reasons, and who is responsible, who is to be blamed, how it will be mitigated, and things like that. So, schedule is a life document, and preferably it is the project manager who should be looking into the schedule, and if it is too big or if it is to be done in primavera, then probably there will be a scheduler who will then be updating the schedule document. But primarily it is a responsibility of the project manager, final responsibility of the project manager, to ensure the schedule is a live document and continuously updated. Very critical. So, external milestones like design input dates or hold and witness points should be reflected. And I think if you have seen any schedule, you will have all the major milestones at the beginning of the schedule document, and then that will lead to a more detailed a work breakdown structure sort of schedule, and that will give you more details on when we have the design input dates cut off, or if there is any hold point or things like that. So a schedule is relatively a detailed document. A schedule should reflect all project activities, should reflect, and therefore it should also reflect the dependencies. Dependencies mean if you want to do something, then what is the input required to do this? It should also reflect all the critical path. Like, for example, if you want to do something and something else is not done, then definitely there will be a delay in the project. So the critical path is required there. It should show all the project activities, all the dependencies, who is responsible for that, the dates, everything. Project planning and preparing the schedule is a very, very important job for the project manager. Quite a lot of time is spent in preparing the project schedule at the beginning of the project, and make sure that the schedule is approved by our customer, because of all the design input dates and the dependencies. Sometimes the customer may say that they cannot meet the dates as mentioned in the schedule, and there will be some negotiation and some discussion with the EPCs or with the customers. And we need to ensure that if there is a change in the design input dates or on the dependencies, then effectively the project schedule, we need to see whether we can deliver the project on time or not. So please plan, prepare, and get approval for the project schedule. Very important. So what does schedule management involve? To summarize, it involves the ability to plan and finish the project in a timely manner. So it deals with defining activities, estimating the duration of activities, scheduling activities, and ensuring adherence to the schedule. Time management is a very crucial part, and if we do not plan, definitely we are set up for failure. Definitely. In Yokogawa's context, schedule management is basically, it involves the project schedule preparation, the billing plan, milestone list, and the breakdown, the work breakdown or the resource breakdown structure. So these are the important documents, which is the outcome of schedule time management. Any questions? Do you think any other document is important at this stage other than these three?
For the schedule development, I believe most of the project in YE we are using the Microsoft project. Uh, Maybe some small project, some project manager using the simple Excel sheet. From FY22, once we roll out the POL, the project management system, all the subsequent is a new project. That means once the system roll out, all the subsequent new project, we need to use the POL system. So the project schedule is built in the POL, project management system. Inside the system is a Microsoft project. So that means everyone will use the Microsoft project to prepare the project schedule in future. Of course, in the system, we have some standard template because more or less, especially for our traditional project, so our scope more or less is similar. So that's why in the system design, we already prepare three type of the project schedule template. One is small project, one is a medium size project, and one is a large size project. So also project manager have to use Microsoft project to create your own project schedule using the template.
POL is web-based or is the program-based if we create the project schedule?
It's still a Microsoft project, but it's inside the web. It's inside web. But again, this Microsoft project also can bring out from the system. That means again, still in the Microsoft project is same.
So
It's
it's
exactly
like
same function.
you have to open the website and then go to the to create the project schedule like but anyway it will be on web-based, right? It's something like net down or anything, it will have any problem?
Okay, so it's a web-based, but it's still Microsoft project. So okay, we design the project management system. The objective is to first we want to eliminate all these own format or own template, own because like now everyone have so many template like document plan, project schedule, resource plan, all these things, MOM, all these things. You have so every PM has their own template or every, format. So then in future we want standardize. So everyone using the same template and in the system and also transparent. So in this case, especially for those new guys, it's also quite fast for them to learn our Yokogawa practice. So that's why everything will be in the system, and also all these integration will be in place. So like now we may have like a duplication works. You need to do here and do another place as well. So for this system design, we also consider all these elimination for all these duplication work. So that means the information we only need to enter once. For example, once you register your project in the SAP system, automatically the project information will be synchronized with other system like the document management system, project management system, and even the dashboard system. So once this system roll out, that's why in future our project management process will be standardized, and I'm not sure I can call simple. So that means all the project manager will manage our project in system only. There is no more Excel sheet, no more Word document, Of course, what document for the customer document still required. I mean, for all these internal management, like cost planning, procurement plan, resource plan, project schedule, risk management. So all these PR, even budget and PRF, everything will be in the system. So that means you do not need any external format or external template. Everything you will work only in the system, and this will also be quite transparency to like a project management PMO head or even the operation head and even global. So just like the project management dashboard, now it's transparent. We can see all the project information. Same thing in future. We can see any project plan also in system. So this will be a so-called globalization and standardization, and also improve the project management efficiency. This is objective. So anyhow, this is the POS system. We will explain more detail once the system is ready to route in our YE region, which is planned in FY22. Yes, anyone has more questions on project schedule?
There is one question from Vantana. When should project managers submit and clarify project schedule with customer? Should it be in kickoff meeting? I think it should be in kickoff meeting. At least when you go for the kickoff meeting with the project schedule, and when the customer looks at it, he can always comment on it and say whether some of the critical input dates and holds are possible or not. So yes, it should be during kickoff meeting, but after later on, it should be submitted officially to the customer so that it can be an approved document, and thereby it can be used as a baseline document. So yes, it should be discussed in detail during the kickoff meeting. Okay. Another question from Ponsak: what is the tools used for creating resource breakdown structure? Let me check, and I will send it to you, Ponsak, later on. And the project schedule from Mohammed Fahmi, project schedule that we show during should be the real schedule or a temporary one? It should be preferably it should be an MS Project one, so that if at all we make any changes in the dates of the dependencies, then immediately we will know what is the impact on the overall schedule. So it is better, preferable that it is in MS Project. Of course, you can show it in PDF, but it should be generated using MS Project. I would advise that. In Excel, for very small projects, it is okay, but for medium size and large projects, MS Project is preferred, because with the right dependencies and the predecessors and everything, if you make a change in one place, you definitely know what is the impact on the overall project schedule. So preferable in MS Project, and preferable to show it during, advisable to show it during kickoff meeting. Yes.
I would suggest for those who still using the Excel, maybe you can start to practice to use Microsoft project, because later on, anyhow, we still, that means everyone will use a Microsoft project once we roll out the project management system. So it's better you can start now. Regarding the question, I just add on some points is, of course, during the kickoff meeting, this is for big project, normally the Microsoft project may be already, Microsoft project schedule already available. Then we can discuss straightforward. For some project, I understand is kickoff meeting is quite, for project manager has a very short time to conduct the kickoff meeting after sales handover to project. Maybe not enough information or time to prepare the project schedule. But most important, we need to clarify or confirm like a key milestone date and also the like key information like the document review cycle. So all these key information which will affect our project schedule, we can confirm, we can discuss and confirm during the kickoff meeting. So then after kickoff meeting, we can based on the agreed information to prepare the project schedule accordingly. Because milestone like input schedule, testing schedule, review cycle, all these are already agreed during kickoff meeting. We just based on this agreed date, then prepare the detailed Microsoft project schedule, then submit to customer for review and approve.
There is one more question from Carlo. Does the project schedule template shown in GS reflect? I think, Carlo, if you look at the template, what is shown here, it is almost meeting our WBAs and what we are doing. It has got like the key milestones, it has got the QMS, the check sheets, the quality gates, and also engineering and deliverables and approval cycle and what else is there here? Application software, procurement is also here, manufacturing is here, staging, testing is here. So I think, Carlo, this template meets most project requirements. Of course, you need to add, delete what is there in your scope, but it really is a very good starting point. At least it shows you all the key milestones and the activities that we do as a system integrator. So I would say safely, Carlo, that you can use this project schedule template, which is shown in the GS. Okay.
Okay, Satish, thank you.
Okay, to continue, let us look at a couple of questions when we are discussing about schedule. Is what generally comes up when we discuss this is what is float? What is float? Simply put, float is the amount of time a task can be delayed without causing a delay in the entire project. Okay. There are two different types of float. One is total float and one is a free float. So total float is the amount of time a task can move without impacting the final project delivery date. Free float is the amount of time a task can move without impacting other tasks in the path. Okay, so there's a small distinction between total float and free float. One example that I can think of immediately is for the total float, right? For example, if the customer is asking us to build certain cabinets or certain consoles, or for example, chairs, even if they are delayed, it is an independent activity by itself. It doesn't affect the project delivery date, or even if it affects, it will not affect the total project delivery date. Whereas other things like, for example, graphic inputs and graphic deliverables, if it is delayed to a certain extent, then definitely the project delivery will be compromised. So when you're doing the project schedule, please look into activities that are completely independent and which have no effect on the project delivery date. Okay, and any amount of delay finally will not cause the project itself to be delayed. So you can easily explain what is free float and what is total float for the project. Okay, certain activities basically. So be aware of this term float in the project schedule when you're developing the project schedule. Okay. Any other questions or doubts that you have on the schedule preparation?
There is a question asking on the difference between Microsoft project and the Primavera.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I fully understand that some customer are requesting us to provide the Primavera schedule instead of a Microsoft project. In fact, the two project and Primavera, there's some tool is possible to convert. It's possible to convert in both ways. But anyhow, it's quite different. It's quite different. In fact, even in YE, we only have one guy who is specialized on the Primavera. In future, the project management system, a global project management system, will be Microsoft project based. In fact, there is one region, a Middle East region, 100% of their project using the Primavera. So I understand we are currently Yokogawa is planning to have a third-party tool to convert. So that means can convert the Primavera to Microsoft project. For difference-wise, is I can say it's quite different. Without Primavera training, is quite challenging for project manager or even project controller to develop the Primavera schedule. So if anyone needs support, maybe you can let us know. We have one specialist in YE who can support on the Primavera. We even can organize training for some interested group like some project manager or some project controller. So we can organize the training only for the Primavera. Yes, Satish, you may add on if any.
No. Thanks. I didn't see this question, Alan. Yeah. Yeah. If there's nothing else, we continue. Okay, a couple of questions on schedule time management. Milestones established by the customer must be adhered to by project managers, functional managers, customers, both A and B. So if you ask me, milestones established by the customer must be adhered to by the project manager. Okay, not functional managers have nothing to do with the project itself, detailed execution, and the customer, no, because he is the one who is establishing the milestones. So milestones must be adhered to by the project manager and the project team, basically. Another question, the decision to request an increase in the resources for a project is the responsibility of functional manager, project manager, director of project management, or customer. I think it should be the project manager in this case, because he is the one who is responsible for the execution of the project. And he knows what is the amount of resources that is required to meet the deliveries. Okay, this is another quite interesting question for project managers who are quite experienced in preparing the project schedule. If you want to crash a schedule, you should increase the time allowed on those tasks that have float, or try to invest more time on tasks that are behind schedule, replace the team members that are not performing well, or put extra resources on those tasks that are on critical path. So for PMs who are quite experienced in schedule preparation and management, please answer this question. What do you think is the right answer? In order to crash a schedule, you should increase the time allowed on those tasks that have float, or do you invest more time on tasks that are behind schedule, or replace the team members, or put extra resources on those tasks that are on the critical path? Let me know if you don't understand the question itself. Anybody who has not understood what the question is? I assume everybody has understood the question. So let me know what the response to this is. How do you crash a schedule? What do you mean by crashing a schedule? I have got some correct answers, some answers which are not right. The correct answer is D, which is in order to crash a schedule, you should put extra resources on those tasks that are on critical path. Basically, what it means to crash a schedule is to deliver the schedule, deliver the project ahead of the schedule. So basically, you are trying to look into the critical path of the project and trying to reduce the time that is going to be spent there. So that is what you're trying to do, basically crashing the schedule. Okay. And finally, this is another quite good question. The successful project managers spend most of their time planning with their personnel, planning with top management, communication with the project team, or studying the project results. When I say project team, it not only means your own Yokogawa team, but also all your stakeholders, your customers, and everybody. So the successful project managers spend most of the time with communicating with the project team. Okay, C is the right answer. Okay, that's good. So some things to think about. Okay, now let us look at cost management. Project manager shall manage the cost expectation according to the project budget and report the status and cost expectation at the completion of the project. Okay, so we have got, I think most all project managers and all affiliates use the PRF form for reporting the project status internally. It's basically uploaded onto the YGS system. And let us not forget, the project manager is responsible and accountable for the content and accuracy of the PRF. Okay, the PRF should reflect what is the PM's view on the project, and the project manager should evaluate all risks and report all costs in the PRF. Uh, Different affiliates and PMOs handle the risk evaluation and margin fluctuations differently. So I will not go into the details of how we should be doing it, but basically we should try as a project manager to report all costs in the PRF. So all real expected anticipated cost should be entered and should be reflected in the PRF. And as you all know, it is reviewed on a monthly basis. And if there are additional costs identified, additional risks valued, then of course we have to revise the PRF at least on a monthly basis. So yeah, cost management generally within Yokogawa, and how we report it, and how we revise the costs is all done using the PRF on a monthly basis. I know quite a lot of project managers take a lot of time to do the PRFs on an accurate basis, reflecting not only the future costs, but how and when the future costs will be actually coming into the system. So yeah, we spend quite a lot of time on the PRFs to ensure that it is very or quite accurate. Okay, and basically, what does it involve? Cost management involves knowing the financial and human resources required for the project. It requires that PMs create a careful budget and stick to it so that it results in as much profit as possible. It also ties into time management. And there are three processes which we adhere to. The first is the cost estimation. The second is cost management strategies, cost budgeting, and third is cost control. Okay, so in our context, we have got a PRF, we have got some YGS reports, and cost management worksheet if we have prepared any outside of the systems. This is how we try to estimate the cost, budget for the cost, and try to uh, control the cost. As you all know, from the triple constraints of a project, cost is one of the most important factors that affect the project quality and the project output. So cost management, along with the scope and schedule time management, is one of the three triple constraints of a project. Any questions on cost management?
Tomorrow I will have some a little bit detail explanation using our standard costing estimation tool, which we are using in YE to derive the project budget and monthly the PRF update. So maybe tomorrow I will show the tool and explain more details on the cost estimation and cost monitoring and control. So anyone has question on this one? Is this topic?
Good, Alan. Everybody are happy with cost management.
Okay, I will explain more details because this is one of the topic we want to emphasize in this today's section is because recently there is also HQ auditor for most of the countries in YE region. So I think one of the findings will be our cost control. So that's why tomorrow I would like to explain the costing tools and how we do the cost monitoring and the cost control monthly. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Alan. We'll take up a few questions on the cost management. This is regarding the contract. Which of the following types of contracts is most preferable to the contractor during the project work? Is it a cost plus fixed fee, or a fixed price, or a fixed price plus incentive, or B and C? So if you are a project manager and you are going to do cost management, which contract do you think is preferred for your style of project management? Is it cost plus fixed fee, or fixed price, or fixed price plus incentive, or B and C? Can you please mute, please? I don't know who is. Hello. I have some very interesting response here. People say either B or D. Can you read through the question once again, please? Which of the following type of contract is most preferable to the contractor during the project work? So, first of all, please let us look into the phrase contractor. Now, who is the contractor? If the contractor is a customer in this case, then what is the answer? If the contractor is Yokogawa, then what is the answer? If the contractor in this case is a customer, okay, and if we are executing that type of a contract, then what do you think is the answer? Is it cost plus fixed fee? Is it beneficial for us? Or is a fixed price beneficial, or is a fixed price plus incentive free fee, not free, sorry, incentive fee? This is quite a very tricky answer because it is based on who is the contractor. So accordingly, the answer will vary. Okay, so I don't know what is the actual answer. Let me see and inform later on. For cost budgeting can be best described by which of the following? The cost budgeting is a process of developing future trends along with probabilities, uncertainties, or is the process of assembling and predicting costs over its life cycle, or the process of establishing budget standards, monitoring system, or is it the process of gathering, accumulating, analyzing, reporting, and managing the costs on an ongoing basis? So what do you think is cost budgeting? If you ask me, cost budgeting can be best described as the process of assembling and predicting costs of a project over its life cycle, I think is the right answer. Think about it. Which of the following is a direct project cost? I think this is a very simple question to answer. Lighting and heating for the corporate office, workers' compensation insurance, piping for an irrigation project, or A and B? Which of the following is a direct project cost? Okay, I think it is answer C, piping for an irrigation project. Okay. With this, we come to the end of cost management. So basically, we have covered all the triple constraints of the project planning for project, and we move on to the quality management of the project. Okay. After this, we will take a break after some time, after we finish quality management. Okay, basically, the first definition or the first question that should come to our mind is what is quality? What is quality? Okay, quality is, and this is a standard definition, the quality is the degree in which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill requirements. It is stated or implied are inputs to developing project requirements. It is also conformance to requirements or specifications. So this is quality. Think about it. And generally, we all talk about quality and this and that. But have we ever understood what exactly is the meaning of quality? These are all standard uh, responses to the question, what is quality? Okay. So we should think about it. We should mull over it, and then when we apply it in actual practice in the project management, we should be clear what quality is for a particular project. Is it mainly conformance to requirements or specifications? In our cases, when we do projects, mainly it is that conformance to requirements or specifications. The other question that also comes up is grade. What is grade? Okay. Grade is a category or rank given to entities having the same functional use but different technical characteristics. For example, grades of steel or grades of tires or grades of eggs. So there is a difference. Okay. There is a difference between what is quality and what is grade. And these are terms that we will encounter when we are doing project execution and management. So the project management team is responsible for determining the required levels of quality and grade. So it's very important to understand what is the differences between the two and how and what we should be meeting. So when we talk to our customers, we know clearly whether we are conforming to the requirements or same functional use and things like that. So we should be very clear. What is quality? What is grade? Okay. Another important question, what is precision? Okay. What is precision? Precision is consistency that repeated measurements have the same value with little scatter. Like suppose we are doing an output measurement from an analog output module. And if at 50% we are expecting 12 milliamps, and if we repeatedly do this, and if it very little scatter, that means it is either 12.01 milliamp or 11.99 milliamp, or if it is 11.5 milliamps, that means there is huge difference between 11.5 and 12 milliamps. But basically, when we talk about precision, multiple times we are repeating the experiment, or we are giving the output, and we have almost the same value. This is what precision means. Okay. And another definition that I want to bring to your notice is what is accuracy? Okay, accuracy is correctness. That is, measurement is very close to the true value. That is accuracy. So these are all some terms that we should be really looking into, like what is quality, what is grade, what is precision, what is accuracy, and why do we worry about quality? Why worry about quality? quality, if we fail to meet quality standards, it can have serious consequences. In our case, safety will be an issue, rework is a major issue, scrapping the entire project or a product or a cabinet is a major issue. So we should try to plan our work and give a quality output so that we do not have serious negative consequences. Also, the cost of preventing mistakes is much less than the cost of correcting them. There are umpteen examples, like suppose you want to do a wiring of a cabinet the first time, and let us say you want to correct it. The time taken, the scrap of materials, the rework, everything is much more if you have to correct it than do it right the first time. And finally, we worry about quality because the customer satisfaction is paramount to us. So we have to ensure that we conform to the requirements and fitness for use. So why do we have to worry about quality? Failure, the cost of preventing mistakes, and customer satisfaction. Doing it right the first time is always better than having to correct our mistakes. Generally, it is seen that during the FAT stage or before FAT, we tend to get databases with a lot of corrections in the wiring, or we tend to get graphic inputs or logic inputs, which involve a lot of time, money that we have to spend to correct them. We should, as much as possible, try to avoid them or take it up as change orders and do it after the FAT or some other countermeasures have to be developed. But quality, doing it right the first time is a lot important than correcting them. Okay, so these are some definitions that we need to think about quality. What is quality management? Okay, let us look at how we do the quality management in Yokogawa. Generally, we develop a PQP or the project quality plan. If it is developed earlier, it is good. Otherwise, we have to create a new, fresh PQP. The template is also there. The PQP should address the quality requirements of suppliers. If we have got any major subsystem vendor, which is a part of our scope, we also need to address how we are going to take care of the quality. And a matrix which will specify the frequency of QC reporting to the internal team as well as to the customer should be prepared. Also, the quality reports should be included in the monthly progress reports of the project. Okay. And in Yokogawa context, when you talk about quality management, development of quality plan, the standard the QA check sheets, development of quality milestones, all these are what we practice in Yokogawa. Okay. And just a thought, is a FAT plan, is it a quality deliverable? FAT check sheets, are they quality deliverable? Something to think about because different customers think differently. Some think it is a part of the project, some think it is a quality document. So we should think about the FAT plan, the FAT check sheets. Does it convey or capture the quality of the project? Okay. The last slide in under quality, some Q&A. A project manager's main responsibility is to meant to create a product is ensuring it is high grade, to pack exciting features, ensure it is high quality, creating a product within allocated cost and schedule. What do you think is the right answer? A project manager's main responsibility is to, in a project meant to create a product, is ensuring it is high grade, to pack exciting features, ensuring it is high quality, or creating a product within allocated cost and schedule. Which do you think is the project manager's responsibility in a project? The right answer is high quality, because if you read the question clearly, it project meant to create a product. The product should have high quality. Okay, the right answer is C. Second, which of the following doesn't qualify to be a synonym for inspection? A synonym for inspection. Is it an audit? Is it not an audit, peer review, process analysis, or walkthrough? Just read it carefully. Which of the following doesn't qualify to be a synonym for inspection? Is it not an audit, peer review, process analysis, or walkthrough? Generally, in a project, you will have audit, you will have a review, you will have a walkthrough, but there may not be a process analysis. Okay. Which of the following has the greatest effect on product reliability and maintenance characteristic? Which of the following has the greatest effect on reliability and maintenance? Is it the quality? Is it the design? Is it the pricing? Or is it quality and product design? This is quite simple. The greatest effect on a product's reliability and maintenance characteristic is the quality and product design. And finally, on a project, the project manager should strive for quality level that is the highest level possible, is as close to the project objectives, represents the least cost, or exceeds the specified requirements of the project. So on a project, the project manager should strive for a quality level that is the highest level possible, or is it as close to the project objectives, represents the least cost, or exceeds the specified requirements? This is quite a good question to know. I think the right answer is B. It should strive for a quality level that is as close to the project objectives as possible. Because if you're trying to achieve a highest level, then probably there will be some constraint on the cost and the time. And exceeding the specified requirements is uncalled for. So in my opinion, it should be as close to the project objectives as possible. Anybody has got a different thought on this question? Because it will definitely affect the way we do the project. Any feedback? If there's no feedback, then I will stop here for the moment. Give you a 15 minutes break until 3 o'clock. And then we look at the balance of the project planning phase. Okay. With this, we complete quite almost 50% of the project planning. Any questions? Hello. Alan, not going very fast, right?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, everybody, we meet in 15 minutes time, 3 p.m. Singapore time. Uh, Welcome back. We'll continue with where we stopped. We stopped in the Q&A of quality. There was a couple of questions which I forgot to ask. We had completed 4 questions. Then there is the two more questions are there. Let us continue with that. Quality control in the final analysis is using the process of monitoring project results to decide if the outputs meet the requirements, a production system, an inspection system, and is it a fitness for purpose? Any response on what exactly is a quality control system? I don't know the correct answer. Let me check. Also, let us look at the cost of quality. Cost of quality includes all costs incurred to assure the production and delivery of acceptable products and services. Or is it only the costs classified as prevention, detection, and corrective action, or only the cost of scrap, rework, customer returns, and warranty costs, or is it the expense of upper management? I think this is quite a simple question. Cost of quality is all costs incurred to assure the production and delivery of acceptable products and services. I have one question from Vantana. If project doesn't do QA check sheet, then what will happen to project? Does project have quality? Can we deliver a project to customer? Vantana, I think this question is good, and the answer is self-explanatory. Does basically when we do in our context, in Yokogawa context, when we do the QA check sheets, it is mainly an internal check sheet, quality gate to ensure that the project team is adhering and meeting all the requirements as stated in the check sheets. Now, does the project have quality? It depends case to case. But the next question, what you have asked, can we deliver project to customer? If there is nothing stopping the project being delivered, yes, we can deliver it to the customer. If there's nothing stopping, means that system is working okay, and whether it is not failed and things like that, whether it is meeting the customer's requirements and they have signed off on the FAT final acceptance, it can still be delivered. But meeting the quality check sheets is our internal practice to ensure that we have at least adhered to and met, studied, reviewed all the processes, and whether we have checked all the right boxes. So it is a little bit subjective, I should say. I cannot completely say that the project does have or does not have quality. Okay, it is a bit subjective, and we need to introspect whether we should deliver or not. I cannot give a correct right or a wrong answer for this question. Okay, moving forward. After quality comes resources or HR management. And what exactly are we doing in resources management? What is human resources management? Basically, or essentially, it means ensuring that proper people are working on the project. Okay, a good HR management means that everyone is working efficiently. Right people have been scheduled for the tasks, and it is a key to ensuring successful projects. In many cases, especially when we are doing the safety projects, it is quite a requirement, internal requirement, that the engineer working on the safety project should be adequately certified, should be trained and certified according to the requirements, according to the statutory and mandatory requirements. So basically, the project manager's duty is to ensure that the right people are working on the project. It's a bit challenge nowadays, given the fact that the attrition rates are quite high, and we need to train our engineers on the systems and products, and also our customers expect us to send the correct, right, experienced, certified engineer to site for site commissioning. I do believe it's a very big challenge, but as a project manager, it is essentially meaning that proper people, right certified people are working on the project. And what exactly does this entail? What are the processes? Is first of these processes is HR planning. The second is the acquisition of team members. The third is develop the project team. And finally, it is a process. Final process is a team management. Okay, so these are all the processes involved in project in HR management, human resources management. Okay, HR management involves that the project manager develops a project organization chart detailing all the positions, names, and roles of the people assigned to the project. If all the project was already developed in the sales phase, then it should be updated. One of the things that is commonly seen in many of the big projects is that the customer insists the names of critical persons of the project, and if at all they are changed during the project life cycle, then there is a cost that can be imposed on the project team itself, on the company itself. So if there are such risks, then these have to be upfront made known to the management, so that it is quite imperative that if you look at it from the customer point of view, they would like to have the same experienced person executing the project from the initiation to the FAT or even to the site. But many a times, because of various reasons, attrition and things like that, people will change. So the process and how to manage the change in resources is something that we need to put in place and have a good communication with the customer, so that we are not penalized. The PEP should also describe the roles and responsibilities of the various persons in the project, like lead system engineer, project engineer, or a safety engineer, or a network engineer. So it should be clearly described in the PEP, and a training plan needs to be made in case we perceive that the project team member, there is a gap in his required skills. In Yokogawa context, how we do this is by coming out with a HR plan, by looking at the GDCs and affiliates, resource availabilities, looking at the resource calendar that the GDC managers will have, and seeing how the best fit, the best resource for the project. So of course, we need to work very closely with the GDC's HR managers to ensure that we have the right resources for the project. Okay. Okay. Anybody can tell me when you first develop a team, a project team, there are phases in the project life cycle which affects the project itself. Does anybody know what are the 5 different phases of team building? Anybody? 5 different phases of team building. This is a very interesting topic. I'm sure you will have faced this in the past, or if you haven't faced this, you will definitely face it sometime or the other in the future. So, do you know different phases of team building? There are 5 distinct phases. Anybody tell me at least 1 or 2 phases? I give you 30 seconds. You can unmute yourself or you can type it in the chat box. I have one answer called forming, which is correct. The other one is know each other. Not exactly that phrase what I'm looking for. However, I would like to explain to you the first phase in team building is forming. And what is forming? Forming is where team members meet and roles are assigned. Okay, this is the first phase, forming. The second phase is called storming. Okay, what is storming? Team members begin to do the project work and they assess strengths and weaknesses of other members. You know, when you have more than 2, 3 people in not more than 3, I think at least about 4, 5 people, and they're all trying to deliver the project deliverables. They try to assess, okay, what does this person know about the project or the system or the product? What does he know? What does she know? So they're trying to play around with each other. So it's a storming phase. Norming phase, after some time of getting to know each other, then you all work together as a team. That is called the normalizing phase. The next is the performing. Okay, people, the team members, they know what is the strength and weaknesses of other members. They understand how they should work with each other. They know their interdependencies and they work smoothly and effectively. And finally, it is adjourning. Adjourning is the team completes the work and moves on to other projects or other activities, and members are demobilized from the project. Each of these different phases of team building is critical for the project. But in my opinion, in my view, I have always found that adjourning is one of the most difficult phases of team building or disbanding the team. The reason being is after some time, like maybe 1 year or 2 year, 2 years of working with the same team, we develop a bond with the team members, with our colleagues, with our subordinates, and when we move on, when we disband the team, we find sometimes that there is a sort of a vacuum that develops within us mentally, and we find it difficult to move on to other project, or even if we form another team, we always try to compare the new team with our old team members. So I find that adjourning is a little bit of a mentally strenuous phase in our team building and disbanding of team members, basically. So if you look at a graph, okay, the team effectiveness versus the time, we find that we start off with forming a team, and when you reach the storming, the effectiveness is very low. When you it increases, the peak is when you have a performing phase of the project, and then it goes down slightly when it is adjourning. So when you look at how a team motivates each other, how a team builds and finally disbands, these are the 5 phases of team building, which is quite interesting, especially for projects which where the team members stick to each other for a considerable period of time, many months to couple of years or more, and then all these psychological factors come into play. Forming, norming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. These are the 5 different phases of team building. Any project manager here who has faced any of these phases? I would like to hear from you how you managed and how you have come out of the different phases of team building. Anybody here? Anybody can volunteer, no problem. We are all here to learn from each other.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jenny or YEM.
Hi, Jenny.
Yeah,
Welcome.
yeah. So I've been in one of the project that go through these 5 stages, and storming is the one that very challenging because that project we're using different countries. We have a CEC from YPI, from YIL, even from YSW, and also our local engineer. So all the stages is very challenging, but the entire team very important that the project manager and the lead must get the team to work together and sit down to discuss what is happening. And sometimes may need a third party or advisor to sit in to help how say clear the barriers. Then only the norming will come and the performing is well. Yeah, that's one of project that we're having this, and that team is a huge team. We have many engineers and all from different country, which is a different culture, different working culture as well. So it's a very challenging time, but that project delivered a very good result. Of course, the adjourning is quite sad, but we did a very good project.
That's a very nice feedback, Jenny. Thank you so much. Anybody else has a feedback to give on their projects? You can share your stories. I still remember, Jenny, quite almost 2 decades ago when we were doing the CSPC Nanhai project. We had the EPCs and the customer, I mean, the end users and the PMC team all sitting in Yokogawa office. We hired an external company to do a team bonding session, and it was done in an hotel, and where we all blamed each other for the for the delays in the project. But at the end of the day, I think it was a very good session. Such sessions are important when executing big projects, when you can go out for a day or two and go through the storming process. And then I think the norming will become, we will reach the norming phase very fast, and we can perform to the best of our abilities.
Yes, the bonding is very important. So the entire team, the leader, especially the leader, it must play a very important role to ensure all the bonds are still there, and to always monitor and see somewhere is going wrong or not. Because the storming, because even come to the norming, sometimes there's a new member join into the project when critical part happens, then the storming may come again. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. Okay, this is good. Thanks, Jenny, for your feedback. Let us move on with the HR resource management. Uh, I have some few questions to ask of our colleagues here. From a HR perspective, the project manager's responsibility in the planning role includes hiring the team, preparing org charts, developing staffing management plan, feedback sessions, both B and C. This question is quite a varied question because in some cases, the project manager also hires the team members in some cases. But in Yokogawa's role, I think it is mainly preparing the org charts and developing the staffing management plan. In some software companies, the project manager is also in charge of hiring the team members. So it depends on what sort of project and what sort of company and responsibility. The most successful project manager work their way up from assistants to full-fledged PMs, comes right from Harvard's MBA program, are the technical experts, or have considerable experience as functional manager before moving on to the PM arena. In Yokogawa, I believe most of the project managers are working their way up, if not from assistants, maybe from engineer level, becoming full-fledged project managers. Most of the project managers within Yokogawa, and the project manager should be able to fulfill the role of an integrator or a functional manager or a line manager or a sponsor. If you take Yokogawa's way of working, generally a project manager fulfills the role of an integrator. Okay. Not a sponsor or a line manager or a functional manager, mainly an integration role, ensuring that the products and the systems are well integrated and delivered. Okay. Any questions on human resources management? I would have loved to hear more from our team on the different phases of team building and how you have managed it in the past, or whether you have experienced this. It would have been nice to know. Okay. And after this, we look at another important aspect of project planning, which is communications management. Okay, what is communications management? Communications management includes the processes required to ensure timely and appropriate generation, collection, distribution, storage, retrieval, and disposition of project information. Anybody can tell me how much time a project manager spends in communicating? Anyone? How much percentage? Plus or minus 5%. How much percentage of time a project manager spends on communication? Please type it in the chat box. I would like to know how much percentage of time a project manager spends in communications management. How much? Is it 25%? Is it about 50%? Is it, don't Google, please. Is it about 60%? Is it about 80%? Somebody has written 90%, 80%, 75%, 50%, 100%. Communications, project communications is a very important aspect of a project manager. If we as project managers cannot communicate well, we will definitely fail. Okay, to answer the question, project managers spend about 90% of their time communicating. 90% approximately. Anything more than 70% is there already. We do spend a lot of time communicating, which is not surprising because we work as a team. We have got a lot of team members who work for us in the project, delivering the project. So we definitely spend a significant portion of our time communicating. 90%, maybe, yes. Especially if your team is not co-located, that is, if they're not in the same place as you, then you will spend a huge amount of time coordinating and communicating with your team members. Okay, what are the okay, the key principles and methods uh, which the project team interacts with the client and stakeholders should be clearly described in the PEP. Okay, should be described. And for example, how documents and information will be exchanged, meeting intervals, frequency of progress reports, who will write minutes of meeting. All these things should be mandatorily mentioned in the project execution plan. Please note, understand that project communications, you will be spending a lot of time communicating, a lot. And in Yokogawa context, what it means, it basically means you need to identify stakeholders in the PEP. You need to develop a communication plan, communication methods as defined in the PEP, whether it is by email, by letter, or by any other means, project progress reports, and also the change request and control mechanism. Time and again, we all know that change, management of change, how to control change is very critical for us in order to ensure that we deliver the project as per the requirements. So communications, again, I want to reiterate, we spend a lot of time communicating as project managers, approximately 90%. So what are the communication channels? Just a crude example I was to give here. For example, communication channels, a small formula, n times n minus 1, where n is the number of people. Okay, suppose we have got 4 people in the project. Okay, so if you apply the formula, you have got 6, okay, divided by 2, sorry, divided by 2, it gives you 6 lines of communication. Okay, suppose an extra member is added in the team, it becomes 10 lines of communication. So you see, every additional team member will contribute by that much. It will contribute so much of confusion if not managed properly. Okay. I would like to inform the different types of communication we have got. Okay. This is quite a nice picture. Listening, it's internal versus external, formal versus informal, official versus unofficial, vertical versus horizontal, written versus oral, verbal versus non-verbal. So many different types of communication are there. So many different types. And each type has to be used in different circumstances, in different situations. For example, if you are looking at vertical versus horizontal communication, the vertical communication is along the organization hierarchy, whereas the horizontal communication is with peers and both within and outside of project team. So many different types of communication exist today. Okay, and especially in in a PEP, we should very clearly write, for example, when you talk about written communication, email is used for what purpose, memo is used for what purpose, document for what purpose, a report is for what purpose. So it should be very clearly spelled out in the project execution plan, the types of communication and for what purpose. When you send a letter, how important the letter is vis-a-vis the email. It has to be clearly documented. So our communication management and communication plan is very critical for the success of a project. This picture, really, I picked it up from outside. It's a very good slide, a picture which depicts all the different types of communication. Okay. Okay. What are the different components of communication? It's quite self-explanatory. A sender is anyone or anything that initiates the message. A receiver is anyone that receives the message. The message itself is nothing but a piece of information. The medium is a means by which the message is transmitted. Acknowledgement is the confirmation of receipt of the message. Feedback is a response from the receiver. And noise is anything that interferes with the transmission of message or acknowledgement. So when I have seen people spend a lot of time writing the email. I know few people, when they send an email, they send it in such a manner that entire information is there in that email. you probably don't have to ask anything else to the sender. The email is complete in its complete form. It has got all the information. Whereas there are some people who assume that you're already aware of what is happening and send a one liner or a two liner email, and that will prompt the people to ask more and more questions, especially if there are so many people who are copied to in that email. So when we send an email, we should be very clear on what the subject is, to whom we are addressing, and whether the email is complete by itself. Sometimes, if there is missing information, that will prompt the receiver to ask for additional information, and it is going to use so much of your time. So, email communications, which are more frequent today, should be complete by itself, because we are going to spend 90% of our time communicating. And if we are if because of the messages that we send are not complete, then we will spend more and more time on communications, which will add to our stress levels. And every day morning when we switch on the laptop, we'll have 100 messages asking for this and that and things like that. So plan your emails, especially in today's world, such that it is complete in itself. Okay. And a few questions on communications management. Which of the following can cause a conflict? Which of the following can cause a conflict? Uh, Insufficient action on the part of project manager, competition for facilities and other resources, personality conflicts between managers and other personnel, or all of the above. I believe all the three listed factors is a cause for conflict. Most of the project managers' external communication comprises of written documents, oral communication, tactile contact, or informal contact. External communication, it is always better, uh, especially when we are writing to our customers, to have a written document. So that will help to make the understanding very clear with our customers, and also provides us with a sort of evidence if we are asked to look into the same problem in the future. Okay. And one more question. The critical element in a project's communication system is the progress report, the project directive, the project manager, or customer. I think this is quite straightforward. Like I emphasized earlier, a progress report is quite an important document in between Yokogawa and our customers. So a progress report is a very critical element. And finally, communication management is important only in projects involving telephone, television, blah, blah, blah. Is not a big problem for people with normal speech sight. Involves the sender, message, medium, and receiver, and preparing an agenda. So, if you see the previous slide, it involves the sender, the receiver, the medium of communication. So, communication management involves all the four items: sender, the message, the medium, and the receiver. DDAB. Okay. Few more questions. Which of the following can cause a conflict? Sorry, my mistake. Please disregard. Please disregard this question. Okay. Number 6. The process of communication contains 4 major parts. Which part is the vehicle or method used to convey the message? Is it the communicator, the message, the medium, or the recipient? So I think the vehicle or method used to convey the message is called the medium. Okay. This is a very interesting question. I really would like your feedback on this particular question. The contemporary view of conflict is that conflict is bad, conflict is caused by troublemakers, conflict should be avoided, conflict is often beneficial. I would really like your feedback on this particular question. What do you think? Is it bad? Is it caused by troublemakers? Is it it should be avoided, or is often beneficial? What do you think? I will call somebody and then you can answer this question. Carlo Calderon. He's on hold. Who else is there? Jolene. Jolene is from YTW, is it? Hello, Jolene. I have no response from Jolene. Who else is there? Pornsak. Pornsak.
Hello.
Pornsak cannot
Hello.
answer this. Hello,
Yes, yes,
Pornsak. You can hear me?
yes, yes, of course.
Can you answer the question number 7? I also would like to ask Vantana. Vantana, can you answer question number 7? Anybody else can answer this question, please?
I think the answer is C.
May I know who is this?
I'm Wantana.
Hi, Vantana. You think the answer is C?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else who has the same opinion or a different opinion? Thank you, Vantana, for your response. Let me randomly call up some people. Who is this? Tiep is here. Mr. Tiep.
Asatit,
How are you, Tiep?
yeah, I'm good. COVID infected already.
Oh, oh my God. I'm very sorry. You're okay now?
Yes, number 7, I think C. Yeah.
You think
Conflict should be
C?
avoided.
Interesting answer. Okay, anybody else who thinks C or Fitra Vayudi? Hello, Fitra.
Hi, hello.
How are you, Fitra?
I'm fine, but sorry.
No problem. Fitra, can you, what do you think about conflict? Is it bad? Is it caused by troublemakers? Should be avoided? Is it beneficial?
So I think for the conflict is often beneficial. So from the conflict, from the conflict we can learn have good things as well. Some positive feedback or lesson learned, Pak. That's my opinion.
Okay, Fitra, good answer. Let me ask somebody else. Who is
Yes,
this?
yes. Okay, I also agree with you. That should be beneficial.
May I know who is
Contact,
this?
contact. Yes,
Ponsak. Okay, okay.
yes, yes,
You think it is beneficial?
yes.
Conflict is beneficial. Okay. Anybody else has got similar reviews? Now we have two answers, C and D. Who else is there? Let me see. Many people are on hold also. Ronaldo Sibala.
Yes, sir. I do believe it's beneficial in a sense that from conflict, we could actually see stuff that we have overlooked. And in a sense, it is for the better of the project.
Very good answer. Actually, if you know, a few years ago, people were avoiding conflict. Okay, people were avoiding conflict, but nowadays, from a project management perspective, I think conflict is beneficial, and that is actually the right answer. Conflict is often beneficial. There are few reasons. Let us think about conflict within a team. Okay, like what I was talking earlier about the 5 phases of conflict, no, of team building. So we have forming, storming, norming. So at the storming stage, we are able to vent out our feelings about our team members, and we are able then to move on to performing phase, norming and performing phase. When we have a conflict with our customers, it is often beneficial for the simple reason that a conflict brings out clarity in scope management, for example, or schedule management. Okay. And this one results in probably additional, what I can say, additional scope or additional money or whatever it is to the company. So conflict brings out things that are hidden, things that are unknown, things that are not clear into the open, and thereby it becomes beneficial for all the people. So, as far as possible, we should not be avoiding conflict. We should have conflict so that it brings out clarity in what we are doing. Okay. There is no point in avoiding conflict always, because one day or the other it is going to come out in the open, whether it is with your team members or whether it is with our customers or other stakeholders. Definitely it can only be avoided to a certain extent, or if you leave the company, for example. But otherwise, conflict should not be avoided as much as possible, and it is often beneficial for the project or for the company. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your feedback. Ask you a simple final question. I think already we have answered this in the past. What percentage of project managers' time is spent in some form of communication, Most of you answered correctly. It is in the range of 75 to 90%. Okay. With this, I come to the end of communications management. Okay. Then let us go to the next, which is the risk management. I'm very sure we have got a lot of concerns in risk management within Yokogawa. So let me start with the basics. Okay, what is risk? What is risk? The basic definition of risk is it is an uncertain event or condition. Okay, uncertain. If it occurs, it has an effect of on at least one project objective, whether it is the triple constraints or the quality. So a risk is an uncertain event or condition. Okay, a risk may have one or more causes. That is quite explanatory, self-explanatory. And a risk originates in the uncertainty that is present in all projects. Okay, all projects have some risk. There is no doubt about it. Whether we are aware of the risk at the beginning of the project or we are not aware, that is secondary. But definitely, all projects, there is some risk. Known risk are those that we can identify and analyze. Okay, when we go through the RFQ documents, and if our team has missed out on something, and that something is a known risk. Unknown risks cannot be managed. Okay, for example, for the last 2 years, we have had so many unknown risks, from a physical activity of coming to an office to the fact that 2 years down the line, we are still working from home. We are not attending office fully. This was something that was completely unknown 2 years ago. When you go to an interview, job interview, for example, and the HR has got usually a very good question to ask: where do you see yourself 5 years from now? I am very sure nobody knew 5 years ago that we would be working from home. It was an unacceptable concept even 2 years ago. Today, because of the pandemic, we are not only working from home, we are also doing remote FAT and things like that, remote meetings. Everything is now online, on the web, remote, working from home. It was something that was unimaginable 2 years ago. So these are all unknown risks, and some of them we cannot manage it proactively, and we should handle them with contingency plans. Thank God that we have good IT infrastructure today, because of the pandemic, that we can now work online, remotely, work from home, even conduct FAT from home using cameras and this and that. So the risks are always there, and the risks, if we can identify in advance, well and good. Those are the known risks. Unknown risks cannot be managed proactively. Therefore, we should handle them with the contingency plans. Of course, there is a cost associated with both, whether it is known or unknown risk, and a risk that has occurred is an issue. Okay, any risk that we think might happen, and if it happens, it is a major cause of worry for us project managers. Okay, so at the beginning of the project, especially the planning stage, after we have taken over the project, we record the known risks in the risk and opportunity register. Earlier, it was only called as a risk register. Now people have slowly tuned themselves. Every risk is also an opportunity. Okay, that's why we have something called as the risks and opportunities register. Okay. And during the PM1 meeting, the initial risk and opportunity is made by sales. It should be discussed for the project team to understand. Just 1 minute. Sorry for the break. Yeah, initially sales will definitely make some risk and opportunity assessment of the project, and the project team needs to understand that and build upon the initial work that has been done by the sales team. During the execution of the project, the project manager, we as project managers should continuously update the risk and opportunity register. My suggestion is to look at it as frequently as possible, at least once every fortnight, or even when there is any major change requested by the customer, we need to record it. We need to look at the existing risks. uh, I typically look at it at least once every month, because for a long project or for a mega project, the risks take a longer time. The frequency of risks take a longer time to be known. So at least once a month for big projects, for medium-sized projects, at least fortnightly, once every 2 weeks. It will not take a long time to look at the risk register, opportunities register, and contingency reservations have to be made for risks that cannot be mitigated. Okay, so risk is very risky. We have to, of course, there is a lot of opportunities in risks also, and that is why we call it as a risks and opportunities register. Okay. In Yokogawa context, what we do is we have risks and sorry, I missed out. Risk and opportunities register. We monitor it frequently. When circumstances change, we have to add the risks. We also have to conduct periodic review with the management. And once the project is closed out, or that risk is what I should say, it has already passed, then we have to close out and strike it off. There's a very funny picture here. We have a project. If you want to avoid the risk, you just walk off. When you mitigate the risk, then you put in certain things that even if the risk occurs, it is not a major problem, issue, or concern for the project itself. Sometimes we even transfer the risk. For example, let us think we have got a product that we buy from our vendor. It is a large screen television system, a 55-inch or a 65-inch. The project says project requirement calls for extended warranty. Okay. But the vendor's standard warranty is 12 months, but the project requirement is a 36-month warranty requirement. In many cases, if the cost is not very high, we can pay our vendors the additional amount and get the warranty extended for 36 months by the payment of an additional small amount. If the addition, in some cases I have seen, for example, by paying that, it becomes a transfer of the risk. So basically, if the large screen TV system fails, then the vendor will replace 1:1. In some cases, what I have done in the past is, if the warranty, like for example, is 36 months, but the vendor standard warranty is 12 months. In case of Cisco equipment, the annual warranty extension fee is almost 15 to 20% of the product cost, sometimes even higher. It means that if we are going to transfer the risk to the vendor, to Cisco, for example, we are going to incur a very high cost. In such cases, if we are having, let us say, multiple Cisco switches in the project, it is better if we buy a couple of switches and keep it so that we can do a 1:1 replacement. In this case, the cost becomes very low. This is one of the things that I have done in the past, whereby instead of paying the vendor for transferring the warranty, we buy additional devices and keep it with us so that we can take care, basically mitigate the risk in this case. Okay. I'm sure all of us, especially when we have extended warranties, we try different methods. Sometimes we just pray to God that the device doesn't fail for 36 months or 48 months. But of course, as per the contractual terms, we still need to ensure that we meet the contractual requirements. So how we are doing the risk management for extended warranty depends on case to case, and uh, the confidence that we have in our product and how we can mitigate or transfer the risks, and the cost associated with mitigation and transferring the risks is something that we as project managers should evaluate and take necessary action. So with this, I would like to hear from you if you have faced a similar situation like what I just described. Anybody?
Hello, satisfied. Fitras here.
Yes, Fitra.
Yes, I have a similar case for the extended warranty. When the project requirement required for 54 months, while our vendor is only 3 years or 36, then the extended warranty from the vendor is required. But when the warranty is end, so customer ask us to propose again the extended warranty. So means because of the project is still running, remaining is sidewalk. So this should be still by project or our service department. And then you have an idea how about how many percent per year for this extended warranty, Pak? Thanks, Pak.
Fitra, for if you look at the standard and extended warranty for Yokogawa items, okay, only Yokogawa items, yeah, I think it is 1 to 2% for about 36 months. That is 1 to 2% of the value of the hardware.
Per
But
year, sir.
if per year, yeah. But if you are looking for resale items warranty, okay, then it is much higher, much higher. Like I told you, for Cisco, I think it's about 15 to 20% of the product cost. Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
for
Sorry,
us.
continue.
For some others, it is much more. So that is why what we have to evaluate in a case-to-case basis, because there is no one formula that you can suggest to the customer. Okay, because if you take, for example, a large screen television, any television, it will not come for more than 1 or 2 years, and especially in a 24/7 operation. So it is bound to fail after 2 to 3 years. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so the best way, of course, is to transfer the extended warranty to the vendor. But if we cannot do it, and if the cost is very high, then there is only two things. Either we keep a replacement set with us, or we just pray to God and hope that it does not fail.
Okay, I see.
But there
Okay,
is
Pak.
no standard formula that I can tell you upfront. that you can use for the extended warranty. It is always risky. It is very
Ah,
risky.
yeah, yeah. The customer is request us both, yeah, Yokogawa and then resales. Then I discuss with the service department. The I don't know, the formula is around 2.5%, but I again up to the customer until 4%, because we consider the negotiation, something like that. That's my experience.
But that is only for Yokogawa hardware, if I remember.
Yeah, yeah, for the Yokogawa hardware only.
Yeah.
But yeah, in case the customer is ask for the bot, so we can also consider higher.
For Yokogawa hardware, I can accept 4% or 5% is a good number. But for resale items, it is not sufficient. It is definitely not sufficient.
Okay, okay, noted, Pak.
Yeah. There is a question here from Nivat. Not sure we can share the risk management to team member or not. I think there is no point in keeping the risk management, the risk and opportunities register only to ourselves. It should be shared with the team members for the simple reason many a time the risk can be converted into an opportunity. Only if the team member is aware of this fact, then they can be in a position to convert it. So it is always good to sensitize our team members on the risks and the opportunities that we have got. Okay, Nivat, thank you. Okay. Let us look at some questions regarding the risk management. Uh, what is risk? A risk is defined as a blank event or condition that, if it occurs, has a positive or negative effect on one or more project dash. So your choices are indefinite probabilities, uncertain objectives, sure goals, and definite uncertainties. So I think the answer is B. A risk is defined as an uncertain event and has a positive or negative effect on one or more project objectives. Okay. B, I think, is the right answer. Another interesting question. When is the risk and uncertainty in a project's life cycle at the highest? At the start, at the design, at the closing, or implementation? In Yokogawa's standard methodology of project execution and management, I think the uncertainty and risk is highest at the start of the project, because that is when we are stepping into the project and we do not know many of the things that will be there. Definitely not in the closing stage. So that answer is ruled out. But basically, in at the start of the project, I think the risk and uncertainty is at the highest, is at the peak. Okay. And a new project that was initiated involved new technology and had never been done before. What type of contract would the owner want to issue to reduce or eliminate as much risk as possible? Understand this one. The owner is giving us a contract, and we do not know the new technology that is there. So as an owner, the owner would like the contract to be a fixed price, a cost plus fixed fee, a cost plus incentive fee, or time and material. What do you think is what in your opinion is the type of contract that the owner, you as an owner, would like to give? Somebody has answered very fast. If you are the owner of this new project, what do you think is the best way to reduce or eliminate the risk, especially for a project that involves new technology? Is it a fixed price? Is it a cost plus fixed fee? Is it a cost plus incentive fee, or time and material? Nowadays, time and material is very low chances of getting such a contract, very low chances. The correct answer is actually fixed price. In a fixed price for the owner, all the risks are generally eliminated or reduced substantially. Okay. Fine. Let us move on to the next one, which is procurement management. Today, our agenda is to complete the project planning, which is the second one. So what is project procurement management definition? So basically, it is the processes necessary to purchase or acquire the products, services, or results from outside the project team. Okay, this is quite simple. And project procurement is about establishing, maintaining a close relationship with suppliers. Generally, for our type of projects in Yokogawa, if we do not have a major subsystem, generally, the procurement is quite standard in the sense that we have got few items that we need to procure from our local, sub vendors, established sub vendors, so that we don't have so much of headache for procurement of items. So in Yokogawa context, for example, from the bill of materials, we develop a procurement management plan. If we have got a major sub vendor, like we need to buy an MMS system, or we need to buy a PLC system, or we need to buy a safety system from our competitors or from other vendors, then of course we need to have a risk mitigation plan for them as well. I request you to consider the warranty and extended warranty. It's very important. I'm very sure most of us have already suffered immensely in the past when it comes to extended warranty. There is no one rule that can be applied for extended warranty, as we were discussing earlier, and we need to be very careful. And when we are transferring warranty, like for example, right now I'm trying to transfer warranty to Vietnam office. So how we will be doing the transfer? What methodology we will be using for doing this transfer of warranty? Yokogawa, of course, has got some GM 702 or something like that for transfer of international warranty across to affiliates. So we, as project managers, should consider the warranty, extended warranty, and transfer of warranty. It is a very time-consuming process. Also, when we are taking over from sales, we need to look into the whether they have already negotiated for all the warranty and procurement and things like that. The way we address shall be described and documented in the project execution plan. And it is the responsibility of the project manager to develop the plan, and it can be a part of PEP. If you see the global template for PEP, procurement is a part of the project execution plan. Okay. Also, moving on in procurement management, there are a few things that we need to be aware of what is a contract. Okay, a contract is a mutually binding agreement which obligates the seller to provide the specific products and services. Okay, and there are different types of contracts, different, and we should be, as project managers, be aware of these types, even though it may not be applicable. But as project managers, we should be uh, aware of such contracts. We have got FFP, we got FPIF, we have got CPFF, T&M contract. Whether whether our customers place such contracts or on us, or whether we place such contracts on our sub vendors, we should be very clear on what type of contract we need to have with our vendors. For example, if we are buying a system from Triconics or from Emerson, then we need to have, let us say, the best way in this is a firm fixed price contract. Okay, a time and material contract will definitely kill us, and there is no point in giving any fixed fee or incentive fee and cost plus and things like that. A firm fixed price contract is always good to have. A cost reimbursable contract, we do not know what the final cost will be. So when we are dealing with our vendors, a firm fixed price contract is quite the best way ahead. However, when we get a contract from our customers, a time and material contract is also a good way of having it, because in this case, definitely uh, our costs can be managed, and profitability is quite consistent, I would say. So as project managers, we should be aware of the different types of contracts that we can get, and also different types of contracts that we can give to our vendors. Okay. Anybody in this group has worked on a different type of contract? Anybody has worked on time and material or a cost plus contract? I think we have worked on lump sum contracts or firm fixed price contracts. Any project manager has worked on a different type of contract? Let me know. No response. It's okay. Uh, so under procurement, we also have, what is a warranty? Warranty is where the seller assures the buyer that the goods will meet the standards for quality, reliability, and performance. We have different types of warranties. Uh, I request you to research more about what is express warranty, what is implied warranty, learn more about waiver, breach of contract, material breach of contract, and if you take any of your terms and conditions, you should be able to see a lot of terms and conditions, which includes warranty and other conditions. I request you to go through some of those, read about it, research about it, and when the time comes, I'm sure you will be able to be explicit, be open, and you have a fair understanding of what warranties are. in projects. Okay. Okay. Let us look at some questions for procurement management. First question, the fixed price contract is advantageous to the buyer, okay? Because it requires extremely well-defined specifications, requires formal procedures for scope change, seller assumes financial and technical risk, has a known cost. What do you think is the right answer? What do you think is the right answer? Look at it from a buyer perspective, okay? If you are buying something from the vendor, the fixed price contract is advantageous to you. Why? We have two schools of thought. Some people say C and some people say D. But you look at it from the buyer's perspective. If you are a buyer, if you are a project manager and you are buying from a vendor and you don't know much about the product. So for you as a buyer, why it is advantageous? Although the seller assumes the financial and the technical risk, but for you as the buyer, it is advantageous because it has got a known cost. The right answer, it has got a known cost. For the very simple reason, you don't have to pay more than what you are having a price in the contract. Okay. So in a fixed price contract for the buyer, it's advantageous because he can allocate a portion of his resources. It has got a known cost. Another question is the major types of standard warranty used in business environment is express, is implied, is negotiated, is A and B or A, B and C. In standard warranty, in your business dealings with the customer, what do you think is the major type of standard warranty? What do you use in your projects? Is it express? Is it implied? Is it negotiated? So in such cases, you should know, or we should know as project managers, what is the difference between the different types of warranties? Okay. I think the answer to this question is uh, maybe A and B, I think. Because once the warranty is negotiated, it then becomes a part of the terms and conditions, and that becomes an express warranty. I think it is A and B. I think so. From a contract management perspective, the project manager must consider the acquisition process, contract administration, ecological environment, offer acceptance consideration, A and B. From a contract management perspective, what must you as the project manager consider? Please think about it. Okay. And the last question in this section is, which contract type places the most risk on the seller? You're talking about seller. Okay. If you are a seller, Yokogawa is a seller. So which contract type places the most risk on the seller? Is it cost plus percentage fee, cost plus incentive fee, cost plus fixed fee, fixed price plus incentive fee, or firm fixed price? If you as a Yokogawa project manager is selling a product or a solution to your customer, which is the most riskiest contract type? Think about it. If you ask me, the contract type for a seller, okay, which is the most risky for me, should be the firm fixed price. For the simple reason that all risks are on me. If there's anything wrong in the product or in the solution or in the delay or anything, I will not be compensated because it is a firm fixed price contract. So for me as a project manager or as a seller, the firm fixed price is having the maximum or the highest risk, I think. Yeah. Quite a few of you have said E, so I think it is the right answer. Okay. With this, we come to the end of procurement management and also the end of project planning section of this manual. With this, we come to the end. Is there any questions for today? Because the next one is executing the project, and I will take it up tomorrow. Okay. So basically, what we have done today is quite exhaustive. What we have done today is we have done a course introduction. We have seen the common terms that we need to use in project management. We now understand what is a project. We understand the triple constraints of project management: scope, cost, time, and finally that will affect the quality. We have now studied or learned about the different initiation, planning of the project. Tomorrow I will continue with executing and the other sections. We have done quite a lot today, quite a lot. So I would like to ask any of our colleagues if you have any questions or anything that you want to discuss. Anybody? Any questions? Any feedback that you want to give on what we have seen today? Tomorrow we will talk about executing, monitoring, controlling, closing the project, PM deliverables involvement, a good section on gold plating. And then finally, Alan will talk about dashboard and the costing tool. But on today's content, is there any feedback? Is there any question that you want to raise? Or you want to think about it and ask in the chat box today or tomorrow morning, or whenever you think that you have a question, you can pop it up here and I will try to answer it. If not, we will end today's session here and continue with the executing the project tomorrow. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
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 So shall we conclude for today?
Yes, Ashfaq, we will conclude for today.
Okay.
Yes.
And tomorrow we continue with 3.3 onwards.
Same time, right?
Same time, 9:30 Singapore time in the morning.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Satish.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Satish.
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you very
See you
much.
tomorrow morning.
See you
See you
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Ashfaq, see you tomorrow morning then.
Yeah. Okay, Satish. Thanks for today.
Yeah. See
Yeah.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.